Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. Alright. Good, everything's working. Everything seems to be working. Alright, I've decided I'm going to make some maps. Also, let me know, maybe that's a little loud. Here we go, we can tune that down. There we go. We've got our glorious map. We're using Incarnate. It's my favorite map making tool. Yeah. So, I think, let's see, let's start by just splopping in some land. We'll give it some shore, because, well, I feel like most kind of regions, areas are gonna have some major body of water. And the ocean's a pretty good one. Some dark goddess. Well, of course they're gonna have some. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Well, that's yeah. So I think we will just start by giving some good old. We'll make that our shoreline. And from there, we can then start working a bit more detailed. So, I guess first up, working out kind of the general terrain I want in the area. So let's get some mountains. Mountains are a great first addition here. What kind of mountain? I guess like a climate would be a good thing to pick. On the scale, nah. Scale comes and goes. Based on vibes. Scale is not not like ever something I really think about. Green mountains, red mountains, brown mountains. We got a lot of mountains. A region. Ooh, we should have dark mountains. Ooh, there are two kinds of dark mountains. We'll go with this one. Dark mountains. So, like, I guess really... Yeah, Dark Mountain. No, sorry. It's Mount Doom. So I guess this is the point where we decide on the scale, because how big a mountain is kind of a big deal. Like, that's as big as I can make it. Or it could be like... Yep, they're there. They're just these little dots. Here we go. There's our mountain range. Look at it. Alright, let's, I think it's a worm. Well, mountain range is kind of worm, though. That could be also like the lore of a mountain range in a D&D world. Imagine just a giant purple worm dug under the ground and pushed a bunch up, and that made the mountains. Like, it works. Okay, so we got, I think, about this scale for mountain. Maybe a little bigger. We may as well go to size 200. Or Great Worm died and over time got buried and became the mountain. Yeah, cool shit like that. So... So yeah, these stamps are also great because you can see like they include a bit of the texture underneath into the mountain. And it's based on what the ground layer is. So even if I put it on the ocean, it's got the grassy texture. Because that's actually what the texture is over there if there were land, if I had drawn land there. I love Incarnate. Incarnate's so good. 'Tis the secret to my skills. So what we'll do, I think, is we'll just have this kind of come in as like this barrier here. And then maybe we'll have it jut inwards a little bit. Maybe we'll have like a little bit of a break, a pass. So we've got this swoop. Yeah, we've got, you can turn off the random stamps if you want to, like, if I wanted specifically this mountain piece, I can turn it off so I can just keep repeating the same mountain. But by default, it will assume that certain stamps you want randomized. Okay, so we've got our lovely, kind of the spine of the map kind of set in place. Mountains are important. So let's see, what do we do here? They did change up how they organize these things. I'm not quite used to it yet. Whole bunch of themes and stuff. We'll worry about ground texture later. All right. Let's add in some other terrains. So we've got hills, always nice. Floating islands are just great. Actually, I'm wondering, so we have this other kind of dark mountain. I wonder how it looks. So it's a bit more jaggedy. A bit different. I'm kind of wondering if I should, like, mix it up some. Like, have it kind of fade into this other kind of mountain. Almost seems like it's... like leading, like all these ones are like they've got the grass on this side and then you walk up kind of like it's a big cliff or something. It's interesting. Ooh, that's not what I meant to do. So I'm thinking now, let's... maybe shift that. There we go. like that. So that just gives us a bit of visual difference as it goes down here. Now, so we've got mountains basically set up. Unless we want like some... I also didn't realize I got these kind of more lone mountains. They're kind of fun. But okay, so we got hills. Hills I can do kind of last. I feel that they're not the most interesting. I can just kind of like use them to spice up a bit of like flatland. Do we have some forests or something? That's what I would like. We got some bushes. Where are the woods? Here are the woods. Is that all of them? Yeah, this is all the trees. You can see that they've got like different styles all kind of mixed up in here. The Valentine tree. Amazing. Okay, so we want trees, maybe pine trees, if we want it to be a kind of cooler climate. Swamp trees, yes, we can get like a nice swamp or a jungle in. I think pine trees. I like pine trees. Alright. So, randomly throwing some shit on the wall. Let's, lovely. Got a little forest going. Just a few happy little trees. Oh, wait, actually. Have them set at 200% scale. Do I want them at a smaller scale? I think I do, to kind of give a bit more impression of size from the mountain. Like, I know, like, maps, you don't really need them to be perfectly accurate scale-wise. But, like, this now makes it feel like it's a lot more zoomed out. Even if, like, realistically, they would just still be a representation of where trees are and where forests are, either way. We can increase this density. So I want to put a lot more of these down a lot faster. I'm starting to wonder maybe not pine trees though. Maybe I want regular trees. Let me have a little look. It's like pine trees do imply like a certain level of coldness, I feel. Now we can have a colder climate, that's fine, that's fine. And I don't want to put down the whole map again. Well, the whole forest again. But let's throw down a few more little forests, since forest land, pretty common. Tend to be a lot of big forests around places, especially in the old D&D fantasy lands. put some in the water there. Let's see. So we've got two nice little forests. No, I kind of want... Make this a really big forest. Kind of acts almost as a natural border. Let's see. Next up... wonder if... it should be visible. Okay. Let's see. So after that, so like kind of one thing I like to do is start with like making it a normal map and then kind of making it a bit more fantastic as we go on. Like adding little things here and there. But gotta start by getting just kind of like the main thing down. Okay, what other cool terrains can we throw on here though? I think like noodles, exactly. I think we can add... let's add a lake. Or a few lakes. Let's see. Let's have one here. Actually, you know what? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna activate this grid. I like hexes, so we'll be working with hex scales. And now I just kind of have a sense of scale of the place. Like say I could just right at the moment be like each hex is like an average day of travel. But we will make it a bit more transparent. Because we don't want it to get too in the way. But that way I've always got kind of like a visual scale. Those are big trees. Well, they're not necessarily accurately portrayed at the size that they are. Here's a map, not a perfect diorama one-to-one. It's enough that we've got just small tree next to big mountain. Okay, so let's make... lake. We will make it even a bit... make it a bit bigger. Give it a weird shape. We love lakes with a weird shape. that weird of a shape. Okay. Lake 1, done. So let's just throw... I feel like lakes... kind of important. I feel like we should add maybe 3 lakes total. Maybe, let's see. There's some good lake spots though. Could have a lake inside this kind of nook. I feel like they could go for a good lake. And we'll see. Let's. But where to put the lake? Boom, 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 boom. We could have it. Okay, in theory, these mountains are taking up a lot of rain. And are like... So like a lot of rain clouds are being hit by these and dumping their rain, and it's all flowing down these mountainsides. So there probably would be a pretty good lake somewhere around here. I'm just trying to think, do I want it like right next to the mountains, next to the woods, or somewhere in the middle? If it's in the middle, it's almost like a big eye looking at you. Can you imagine? Maybe it is an eye. Let's do that. Because that's kind of cool, actually. And of course, in theory, there's a lot of smaller lakes around, but like, we're working on a kind of big scale here. Let's see. Oop. Yeah, we'll go with something along the lines of this. There we go. There's our big eye. Pom, 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 pom. What we could do, actually... Now, I want to finish making some other... We'll make maybe a lake over here. Yeah. And lastly, we'll have one here. I like lakes next to the forest. Oh, but there should be a lake inside a forest, actually, now I'm thinking about it. So maybe... would be cool to... We'll just select a bunch of these. We can move these trees over here. And And then... there we go. A nice forest lake. I'm covering it up, but like down the bottom, there's like a thing of how many changes you've made and before you last saved. I'm already up to like 152. Which, to be fair, this for 152 ain't bad. Now, we want... yes, we'll have a little river. How big is this already? That's a fine size. We can work with that. Oh, but are you... okay, so you're coming from under the... I guess that can work. Yeah. Actually... I feel like... no, it would be straighter there, and it would meander more when it gets, like, to flatter land. Ah, okay. It's not quite where I want it to go, I think. Maybe I'll work first on over here. Actually, but I kind of want to... okay, so we want it to probably flow out here and then connect to this bit. Yeah. Oh, but now this one I feel like isn't going to make sense. Is it needs a source of water. And it would be kind of weird, I know, to have like another river come right from there. So this one, no, not you. Can I get to the river, please? There we go. We'll delete that. And let the river instead come more from... up this way. Now the river that comes here... I don't like that one. There we go. There we go. Sometimes the lake source is just not like very constant ones. Like it needs the... it's like... at least not as far as I'm aware. Usually a lake needs like a proper water source because lakes are a mass amount of water. Depends on the weather, I guess so. It also depends on whether they've got a... like whether they're just kind of holding the water there or whether they're kind of... because like if it's got a river... if it's got a river kind of like connecting off of it, flowing away like I was planning... then it would need kind of another river of source, because like just rain won't keep that up. Unless it's like always raining. Okay, so now we get the fun part of moving trees out of the way. Or it's a magic lake. Exactly. We can have magic lakes. There is nothing wrong with a good old magic lake. But like it says, I first like to make my maps just kind of mundane. Just like a natural map, and then I do shit to it. Yeah. You are there. Gotta just make sure that there are no trees in the river. There we go. And since we also got this, let's just fill that out a bit more. That looks a little nicer to me. Alright, this one's gonna... played a game recently called Black Skylands, where the world kinda exploded after a meteor hit it. Fun. All chunks of the earth began to float in the sky. Some of the sky islands had rivers that flow off the edge into the void below and have no obvious source. Yeah, like, that's just, like, when you've got, like, a vision and you don't really care what the fuck. You know, it's like, I want floating islands. I still want rivers. Am I going to explain this shit? No, I'm not. To be fair, I think for like a tabletop game, D&D, you usually want more, like, a lot more of the point is to have answers for things. Because if players feel like... If a player feels like they... what am I thinking? What am I... Basically, if a player feels like looking into things that, like, catch their interest will have a payoff, then that's better. Then, like, if you're like, ooh, what, but where does the water actually come from? And then it's just the DM's just like, I don't know. Then it's like, that's not necessarily bad. But it does, if you want the player to get really invested and hooked into the world, having an I don't know answer or just is kind of answer. The world doesn't even have magic. The main enemies are alien monsters, originally came from the meteor, and sky pirates. Everyone uses blimp-like skyboats to get around. It's relatively grounded, except for logic behind things. Yeah. Yeah, like, that's the thing. It's like, if you wanted to do a D&D, it would be better to have those answers, because if I was like, ooh, that's cool, what's going on there? Then you can, like, be like, ooh, okay. I can hook them into this plot and stuff. And it's like, I suppose you can go the other route of, like, the player is interested, okay, I'll just make some shit up. because that's what they're interested in. It's just, yeah, I prefer to have the approach of if you're doing something that like very intentionally has like a what's it? If you do something that very intentionally breaks logic, you should have an answer as to why it broke that logic. Or be a very improvisational DM who knows that they'll be able to whip something up if the players investigate. Moving all these trees is not. It's a lot slower than expected. Yeah, exactly. Like, why? Because like, it's magic, bro. Isn't really an explanation. It's a hand wave. But there was like a battle with two ancient wizards, and the impact of their combat was so great that it just changed the landscape forever. That is an answer. It's like a wizard can have done it. You just got to give like a proper reason how they did it. Even if it's like as stupid as, oh yeah, the wizard just like wanted to fuck up the world. They just did it to see if they could. Punk has it in One Piece. Big lava admiral and ice admiral fought on the island. Just went, oh yeah, stuff like that. Like that's the cool kind of shit I'm talking about. Oh, speaking of which, so I was watching Nintendo Haku a little bit earlier today, and he was playing Paper Mario. He was near the end, and one of the guys was like, "Oh, well, it's fine so long as we all ended in one piece," and we were like, "Oh, One Piece, lol." And then he was like, "Oh, and by the way, I found this massive treasure chest." And he just slams out this big mysterious chest, which he got from who knows where. And I'm like, he found the One Piece. And then later, like during the epilogue, his assistant is like, "Oh, hey, do you want to know what's inside the chest? It's a secret." And I'm like, "Oh my god, it is the One Piece." Like, down to them doubling down on, no, we're not actually going to tell you what's in here. There we go. Oh, lovely. Okay, we're going to have to think what to do with these lakes. Let's see. Actually, what I might do for starters grab a bit of desert. Oop, wrong layer. Yeah, I don't get that reference. Lovetail is what Gold Roger... Oh, name the island where the One Piece is. Because whatever it is made him laugh. Oh, that's nice. So I think we'll add some nice desert over there. It also kind of partly explains a bit, I feel, why this region is... It's kind of locked, you know? There's a desert over there. Raftel. Oh, I see. Alright, Laftel. Laugh-tail. I can see how that would have got mistranslated. Now we will swap to a good mountainy. It's a good rock. Rocks, here we go. Bum, ba, bum. God, this music is so ingrained into my brain. I know exactly where we are just from this tune. I'm pretty sure this is Dugald Isle. Let me double check. Dugald Isle! Yay, I'm right. I'm gonna do this, kind of make these mountains a bit stonier. Actually, you know what? I might take a little bit of world building from, just gonna take a little bit from Fire Emblem. You know how, like, they kind of had what they thought was the rest of the world? Like, the whole world, everything else was destroyed. We're gonna have a little bit of that. As far as these people are aware, there is no rest of the world. And there is nothing but a wasteland beyond these mountainous mountains. So actually, instead of desert though, maybe we give it Black Wasteland. If people like that even today saw a video of a Flurf, oh right, yeah, I saw things about that. It was like the final experiment. Or is this someone who did it on their own? Got to the ice shelf sticking out of the ground and claimed the edge of the world. The firmament. Oh no, so that's different from. It was like the final experiment. Yeah, on their own. Where someone was like, okay, we can all agree if there's 24-hour sun, in Antarctica, the world is round, right? And then, like, you know, sane people were like, yes, that's obviously right. And then even like the flat earthers were like, well, obviously, yes, but there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And they're like, so what if I pay, like, this guy was like, I will pay for one trip, like a trip from one, like, globe person, like, guy who defends against flat earth, and one person who, like, believes flat earth, to go to Antarctica and see for themselves. And immediately you have a whole bunch of people, like the flat earth videos, instantly going, ooh, yeah, but like I wouldn't trust going with just like that guy. They start making all these excuses. Eventually, like, it escalates to the point of like they're like, okay, I'll do it, but you, like, there has to be like 3 or 4 of us or something. And the guy was like, all right, I'll do that. I'm like, oh shit, now I have to pull through. Eventually, after like pulling teeth, they get the flat earthers and the globe. It feels weird to say like globe people, but the basically the people who actively like try to show how much the flat earthers are wrong on the internet. They get both of these people, a small group of each of them, and ship them out to Antarctica. Drago, hello, welcome. We're making maps today. This is what we got so far. We've got like a nasty wasteland beyond the mountains, and some lovely pine forest trees. Spent a bit of time making the river flow nicely through here. Yeah, so let's see, what was it? So the way that happened was, I lost my train of thought now. Drago too cute, too sweet. Yeah, so yeah, both groups go to Antarctica, and you have, it was hilarious because almost immediately you have like all these levels. Obviously you got so many levels of cope already, and then it's like, because obviously they film it, they do see thank you, you're cute, Drago. Yeah, so like they do see the 24-hour sun out there. Of course they do. And you have like everyone, like, so a bunch of other flat earth people were like, yeah, but did like any of them see a 24-hour sun? Like, were they awake the whole time? Someone could have pulled a fast one on them and done something or another. I don't know exactly what they're alluding to. You have others who are like, okay, but like that flat earther wasn't a true flat earther. We never could trust them. They're a paid off shill now. It was absolutely wild. And like, I think the I can't remember, I think maybe one flat earther accepted the results as they were, and were like, maybe the Earth actually is round after all. I know there was like one who was like, okay, I've accepted the 24-hour sun. Now I just have to find a way to fit it into a flat Earth map because I know that the Earth isn't, is flat. And it's like, wow, that's not science, mate. That's not science. You can't just be like, I accept the premise. I accept the premise is if X equals Y, then Z. X equals Y, but I know it can't be Z. So like maybe there's actually like an A in there somewhere. That was a little bit ago now, but I remember seeing that and it was hilarious. Okay. So now we have wastelands. I did all that, but I'm not sure if I actually want the wasteland now. Oh god. Like the desert kind of has its own vibe. I'll leave the wasteland for now. Yeah, we'll leave it wasteland for now. And we'll work on something else. Ooh, you know what? Volcano. We need a volcano or two. Dark volcanoes, here we go. Okay, or three or four. I feel like having a volcano like there, that, I don't know, something about that spot is just enticing to me. We could have another volcano. Oh, wait. There's a problem. Mountains I had scaled to 200%. Here we go. This is right. I'll have another one, I feel, around here. Do I want... Because there's actually only 4 volcano option, like, stamps. And I'm not going to reuse them. Or at least in this, texture pack. Have a really big volcano in the mountain range that convinces the people it's an angry god not letting them out of the world they know. Maybe. Let's have a little look. Ooh, actually. Okay, imagine if we have something like that and we put it around here. Where there is an open pass. But like... say, like, the times people have tried to leave through this pass, it has, like, erupted. Or threatened to erupt. So it's like, it's almost like it's a god or some major entity, like, actively guarding the gateways out. And actually, you know what? While we're at it, What if instead of a wasteland, can we get a clown? Maybe. Ooh, gotta wait for this. Okay, I'm gonna see if we can get, kind of fitting actually, because this being one of the few times I've actually got like a bit of mist or something over me. It was mostly just because I like that if if I didn't have this mist here, then at the bottom of the screen it would just be a big black bar, and that would be kind of boring. Maybe we go with this one. Not randomize that. So what we do now... Yeah, this can be 100%. Oh no, it's too strong. Oh shit, ads are starting. Heads up. Oh, we can maybe drop the opacity to 80%. Here we go. Oh wait, no, we got to... Okay, advanced settings. We gotta transform this. Here we go. Here we go. And now we've kind of got this misty barrier. It's not like, I guess this mist is like not necessarily accurately portrayed. I could just wait for people to come back before finishing my thoughts, since everyone has left me all alone. And then... we'll have another one on a higher layer. And we will make this one a lot more transparent. Drop this one to 20%. Maybe not 20, maybe a little bit more. Maybe we'll go... Yeah, 50 I think is good. There we go. I like this, I like this. Okay, we will add this texture back here. Let's see. Can we get some other... Can get bizarre rocks. I do love bizarre rocks. No, they would need to be way smaller. Okay, yeah, so people are back now. So I will explain what I was doing. So I added a whole bunch of mist, basically clouds and mist, to the borders beyond the mountains, where basically I guess like the idea is it's mostly unknown. So people can't map it. There may even well be like a wall of mist and cloud. We could even do that. But the only maybe even then add mist on top of the water. Ooh, yeah. The music just got really cheery from that suggestion. That's how good of an idea it is, exactly. And then we will... we'll... There we go. Actually, we can make these ones a bit bigger. There we go. There we go. So now we've got this kind of border of fog and mist. Actually, what I will do is I will actually kind of split this here. Because this is the only known way through the Veil. However, there is, in theory, a volcano god blocking the way. Whether it's actually a volcano god or not, who knows? Who knows? Let's... just add a bit more stone area around that. There we go. There we go. Okay, now I need to add in a few more rivers to connect up these lost lonely lakes. Actually, also, I don't like that this is a different volcano than the other volcanoes. It looks too different. Ooh, this is the best, like, so we'll use this one then. Except we'll size it up. Yes, I am. we'll have this volcano. It's a bit smaller so we can bring in the stone terrain a bit. Now then. Back to rivers, I suppose. How am I gonna do this one? I think what we'll do... Oop, that was... So we'll connect these two. Why not? No, that's not right. No, that's not. How do I want this to look? Hello, welcome, welcome. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Hope you enjoyed your game. I'm just doing a little bit of map making. Just doodling at the moment. Awesome, awesome. Yeah. Just a little sec. I know, wait. Sorry, just a second. There we go. Okay, okay. So we got this nice river connecting down here. Do I want to do something? How am I going to connect this river? Could start... Yeah... No, that's... There we go. And from there... I think that was a little too small, so we can just kind of stretch it. And then we have to stretch it back. There we go, that'll do, that'll do. Now I got to have fun moving trees. Come on, here we go. Um, there we go. Now, adjust this one. I can tell this is going to be a pain of a river. Anyone who isn't aware, this soundtrack is brought to you by Mabinogi, because I'm pretty sure that music is... I mean, I've never had any issues running it, so... And I like its music. No, come on. That tree. There we go. Get that tree out of the way. Can't have him growing out of the river. Honestly, though, like, I really like the ideas that we've kind of been building around this this world map. It's not really a world map, though, is it? Region map. Come on. Not that one. There we go. There we go. Ah, So now, here's our world maps, well, region map so far. We have this nice veil of mists that encompasses the region, kind of keeping it locked in. We have the one and only pass through the mist down here, but it is believed that a volcano god basically is stopping them from leaving, for he guards the gates. And now, what else do we add to this area? Let's add some hills. I think some hills are in order. We want just regional map again. No, we want world map. That's what we want. Hills. Green hills, I think. But this is a rather lush land. Something about that doesn't quite feel right. Like, they feel too high. Could stretch them out, but I feel like, here we go, this is more what I was thinking. Here we go. Hmm, hmm, hmm. Boom, boom, boom. Do we have any other kind of hills? So we've got snowy hills, arid hills, dark hills, dark brown hills, as well as normal brown. Okay. Let's mix up with a bit of arid ones over here. You can also like change up the texture of the grass here to kind of match. So let's some more arid. Whoop, that. Really? You don't have any... Right, what have you got for grass? Dry grass. Why do you call it arid and then dry? Keep it consistent, folks. Okay, so we'll do this for now. Maybe even... Can we get like a... Okay, no, we can use this one for now. We'll do that. But then I think what I want to do is we'll go into the advanced settings and mess with the color a bit. Have something a bit... ever so slightly brighter. Oh, that's not slightly. Alright, here we go. This is more like it. Have some nice brighter, more vibrant greens to kind of match a very nice, lush little pocket land of paradise. Okay, well... blend it in nicely. Okay, we kind of have to rebuild back up the little stone area we had. As well as over around here. This is definitely going to be a lot more stone. Okay. Alright, right, I have to also fix down here. What is this? Got this one little tree poking out through there. Can just bring him in a little bit. There we go. Now we get to start adding a bit more fun things. Like, I kind of was thinking about adding a floating island. So like maybe we move these back some. We want, is that just gray? Okay. Which shape? Kind of like this one. Can even have like did that one. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait, I just noticed something. This is amazing. Okay, wait. Which shape do I want to put? I think this one. Down Under isn't looking so down or under anymore. It's basically Australia. I love that. I have to, I'm including it. We've got our own mini Australia. Just floating up here over the Vale. Oh, we gotta add our own little. So it should have a different kind of tree. It has to have its own kind of climate and everything to it. I mean, I could just make it real Aussie. As Aussie as I can. Dead trees, yep. There we go. Honestly though, these aren't the most Australian trees. Where's the representation? A big rock in the middle. Oh, it needs to have a big rock in the middle, yeah. I guess we'll just use these trees because they're different. Well, right, we have to put these on a higher layer. Because otherwise it will try and like position it as it thinks is meant to be, you know, like behind or in front. The real shame though is it really is such a small Australia. Like, it doesn't have all of this space. You know what? Actually, they don't need this much space, do they? They don't. Okay, we're gonna just deny a whole bunch of space right now. They've had it good for too long. We'll need to redo some of the rivers, but yeah, it is what it is. Actually, kind of like that volcano going a bit into the ocean there. While I'm at it, just kind of sculpting this area a bit more. There we go. And now, oh. We now have an even bigger Australia. We'll position you there. Alright, well let's fix these rivers before, because otherwise I will just hate myself. That one's easy. Honestly. There we go. Oh, if it kind of loops in the same way over there, it's not as satisfying. There we go. That's better. And now we also have big ol' floating isle. We need big rock. Rock. Are there any big rocks for us? There are big rocks. Let's shrink that back down. Oh, right, we have to go on a higher layer. I forgot about that. Also, reminds me, we got different shapes to look at. With big rock. I like this big rock. Is this one tilted? No, it's not. Okay. Okay. Big rock obtained. Actually, let's have some smaller mountains. Rock. We can stop searching for rock. Let's have some some good old. Guess dark brown. Dark brown's kind of what we'd go for. There we go. I am way too satisfied from this. It doesn't really have room for a desert in the middle though. So we're just gonna have to imagine. I mean, it's not like it is actually Australia anyway. It's just kind of. It looks so much like it that how could I not? Oh wait, I can't make a lake. I was going to make a lake, but this isn't actually like this texture. It's just a stamp. So I don't think I can make a lake. But I can make a river with no apparent source. Alright, I have to make the... on a higher layer. Here we go. There we go. And... water... Huh? Haku! Wait! You were still streaming? What the fuck? Oh, thank you. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. I thought you were done streaming. When you came in to say hello earlier. Welcome, everyone. Sniper, are you here to give a shout out? If not, I can manage the shout out. Oh, how do we? There we go. Thank you. Ah, I see. Well, welcome in everyone. Hello. If you don't know me, I am Shaoli. Thank you, Sniper. I play games like Monkey Island, Sonic games, and make sure everyone is dead in Fire Emblem. Thank you for stopping by. I've actually been playing a lot more RPGs lately. I've been playing a lot of Digimon Hacker's Memory, and Divinity Original Sin 1 with Sniper. Today I am doing some map making for no particular reason. It's not like I have an intention for this map. I am just doing it because I enjoy map building. And I kind of figure it's something people might want to enjoy. Anyone can use the map afterwards. I think that's pretty cool. We've got our own little world here. I realize that this token looks a lot like Australia, so we're having our own little floating Australia down here. It's not perfect because obviously it would be a lot bigger and more desert if it was real. But this is fantasy Australia. It's flying in the sky. I think I'm allowed a little bit of creativity in that regard, a little bit of differences. But yeah, we've been building up kind of just a fun little bit of lore for this world, kind of to keep in mind as I build it. Originally, beyond these mountains, there was just some desert. And I was like, no, I kind of want a wasteland. Let's slide this once, thank you. And then I was like, ooh, not just wasteland. What if it was like the Tellius series, where it was like they only, as far as anyone is aware, this was all that there was. And then I started just filling in some mist and fog to kind of be like, we don't know what's out there. And then that developed into, there is an actual wall of mist and fog that keeps people trapped in here. As far as they're aware, still everything else out in the rest of the world may or may not be destroyed anyway. But the only path that anyone would potentially be able to escape from this land is down here, where this volcano, kind of what they believe is a volcano god, kind of acts as a guardian. And anytime someone has kind of approached, it is kind of rumbled and shook. So people think that there is a volcano god actively trying to keep people away from acting as a gate guardian of sorts. And we are listening, of course, to the Mabinogi soundtrack while doing this. And sometimes it throws out music like this, and other times it's real chill. So yeah, I was just building up this floating island Australia, because so first what I did was I made like a basic map, and then from there I was kind of like adding a bit more fantastical elements to it. So now one of the fantastical elements is floating island. Let's go! So, what kind? We need some kind of reddish grass. That's what we need. Brown grass. So we still kind of want. But yes, I hope you had. I mean, I saw most of it. Your time with Paper Mario. I realized, I was like, yes, well, I hope you had a great time with your thing, and I was like, wait, I was there for most of that. That feels a little weird now, but let's yeah. Actually, we should get kind of like a mix of. So we're going to use a mix of this kind of reddish grass and this nice vibrant green. So it's, yeah. It's got a little bit of its own thing. Also maybe just a bit of stone for the edge there. Yeah. So now, unless anyone has another idea of like what to throw onto this map, I might start adding in, and not like at any point, if anyone wants to suggest anything to throw on, I'm very, very open to suggestions. But I'm thinking I might start laying down some societies. Thank you, thank you. It still feels a bit unfinished to me in like just the terrain. I feel like the more that I keep working on it and just touching things up, it will probably get better and better. So, where do I want to throw down some people groups? Um, well, first of all, I think I'll add a society up here in. I need to add something to Tasmania. Tasmania looks so sad and alone down there. Here you can have a little forest. It's not much, but it's all we can offer you, Tasmania. Okay, let's add some cities now. City. Now there are two ways we can really do a city. We can either use these tokens that kind of like have a bit of a visual clue onto like what kind of buildings they have. So here, like we have human city. This is like your standard D&D human settlement kind of place. It'd probably be like that. It'll look better when I export it, so don't worry if it gets too like small and poor quality like this. It'll look fine in the end. So we could do something like this, or there is. Oh, here we are. The icons. So we can use icons like this that just are saying like there's something there. And they kind of both have their downsides and upsides to them. The downside of using the icons is, of course, you don't really get like as much of a visual, but it also means you're not as limited by like just what is here. I think I might try to do this because I want it to look visually more impressive, I think. So we'll start with these kind of cities. Necropolis. I like a good Necropolis. Who doesn't love a good Necropolis? Ooh, that actually looks so good. Wish that was my place. Ooh, Necropolis and float, like having just like the one. Here we go. So imagine like we have here just the one city in floating Australia, and it's a necropolis. Or a necropolis could be a bit more like interesting conflict down on the surface world, I think. I think it would be. As much as I would love for it to be my home. I think we gotta put it down somewhere. I'm not sure at the moment. I'll delete it for now. Okay, so what have we got? Let's just start with a basic human city. Can't go wrong with basic human city. Can we? What if... I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because even if I use the ones labeled human city, I was just about to think, imagine if this place didn't actually have humans in it. God, wouldn't that be a great place? No humans. So, also, oh man, so you can't really see it. It's behind. There we are. You can kind of see it now. Right behind me, we got 1,330 changes. That's how many things I've done to this map. So, lakes are a good place for cities. That's just logic. So let's throw one down here. Maybe we can, yeah, let's shrink them down a bit. Again, the quality won't look so good now, but when we actually export the map, it will look fine. So we have human city, human town. Do we actually split them by the origin? But yeah, origin human. Because they're all going to be themed a similar way. So we got human fortified city, human city, and some human towns. So, kind of keeping in the same region. Wait, I have an idea. Yeah, I want to do this. Okay. So before I continue, we're gonna go back here. Where is... This will have to do... Oh no, I can... Here we go. So what I'm gonna do... Can we make that less opaque? There we go, 60% is good. Okay, and then we want to shrink down that. And it's kind of like a smaller fog barrier. Kind of going through these woods. Because you gotta have a creepy woods, you know? Yeah, exactly. I did that once before by accident, and I've loved it. Kind of have the same kind of thing as like poking through the trees there. But we also want... So now this one will not be poking through the trees, but will kind of just go over the top of them. It helps just kind of blend it a little bit. So now kind of we've got this barrier, and I can imagine. Oh wait! I'm imagining. I've got a picture. I got a vision. So let's get some scribblies or something out. I'm gonna explain the vision. Let's see, where are we? So here is our gorgeous map. You gotta get some food. Okay, yes. Sorry, yeah. Please, go get your food. Take care of yourself. Thank you so much for the raid. Yes. But yeah, take care of yourself. Please, don't feel a need to stay. As with everyone else, of course. But yeah, thank you. I am just a bit of a streamer mess, but I hope you can all forgive me for that. Catch you later indeed. Bye bye. So where was I? Explaining my vision. So we have this here world map. Can I get a good... Let's... Do we have... Here we go. Oh. I keep messing up. There we go. Got what I wanted. And now, can we... Yeah, let's just... Awesome. Big thick line. We can now explain the vision in mine eyes. So imagine territories, humanoid territories, people. So we have people group 1 in here. Oh, that's still selected. Okay, there we go. Now, people group 2, we'll use a green for them. I guess another way we can do it is people group 3, and then now we can change that. And lastly, of course, people group 4, and up here we will make them purple, I guess. Purple is great. There we go. So the way which I'm picturing this is, let's just get a nice, quick, easy black marker. There we go. And maybe turn that down a little bit. 413, excellent. So red group is overall, maybe even we could push red group up a little bit to like here. Either way, the point is that we've got red and green, and they do not like each other. They would have massive conflict because down here, green, their land isn't quite as lush. It isn't quite as nice. The more north you go, the nicer and greener it gets. So let's let's say actually we'll make these adjustments to red group. Say that river is the natural barrier. And green group, we'll actually make them a more solid green. Actually, we'll make these ones blue group because red and blue is a much more natural duality. Oh, we got ads. Fuck, I'm trying to explain some shit here. Fuck. There they go. How do I grab? Fuck, where is? How do I grab this? There we go. And this can now be green group. Okay. So now we have our groups. I can't really explain it because most people are still in ad hell. But I can kind of... get a little rundown. Oh my god, this is such a pain. There we go. There we go. No more selecty. There. Alright. So... I need, I guess, to put this on a higher layer. There we go. So they have conflict with each other. Meanwhile, green group over here, they are... So we'll have... Let's see... Maybe some text will be good. Yeah. Just throw down some text on a high layer, and then that should cover some stuff. So we have red group. Abundant resources. Where do we... Yes, red group abundant resources is good for now. This one, blue group, lacking resources. Oh, wait, but we can change that. To, like... tie in, so we can give these guys, like... Here we are, really make them a bit of a yin and yang. There we go. So now what we have... Actually, would you say conflict? Not all out war necessarily, just conflict. So, here we go here. And then green group. Staying the fuck away from that. Probably a better way to put that would be, and then, I mean, I understand also that the ads are long gone, and I probably don't need these, but these are still good notes to have around the place. So, and that way I can easily show anyone later who might stop in or whatever. So then we have purple group. They might not even be a known entity, so we'll have them as unknown entity. No one from the ground has really gotten to the floating island. So here we have our little world set up. We have some natural conflict between these two parties, as one has rich in mineral sources, the other is rich in food, animals, plants, farming, etc. Green group over here, they're like, we are better than all of you. We're staying all the fuck over here. And purple, they can't even get to purple. So, like, who knows what's going on there. And that gives us a good bit of, but also it's like the conflict, but it's not all out war, which I think is an important part. Because if it was all out war, and that would mean that anyone from, say imagine there's a campaign. I actually run a campaign in this. And I start us off in red zone. If there was an all-out war, anyone who was like identified from being from blue would have, like, they'd be attacked or arrested or something on sight. Whereas if it's just merely conflict, like there's been issues in the past, not currently anything going on, but the two just don't like each other. Then that means that instead we have, like, you can be from blue group and still play in the red zone. It's just if someone from red can identify you clearly as from blue, then they're just going to be like, maybe they're going to treat you badly, poorly. They're going to keep an eye on you, think you're always up to no good, but like nothing that would just stop a campaign in its tracks. So I think that is good. That's nice to have. And I think actually with that, we can remove, there we go. We can remove these borders because I feel with the text there, that kind of, you get it, you don't need the borders, you get it by just looking at that. Okay. Oh. Okay, let's see. So now with that in mind, I can also, I think, delete this. I can delete that, I think. I don't need that. So now, this means that this area, this river, probably has like some of the most fortified land and terrain. Because this is where people would be the least trustworthy, you know, like, if something's going to happen, it's going to start around here. So we'll say flourishing people can use... No, they wouldn't use this city. They'd have the fortified ones. So let's... We need just Fantasy World, thanks. There we go. So we want Origin Human. Did I go too far? That's just structures and settlements. Are they further down? I remember seeing them. That's just all those. Here we go. At least that's... Wait, that's Origin Dwarves, Eastern Elves. Here we are, humans. All the way down here. Kind of funny that humans actually aren't on top. I respect that. I respect that. So, what we need are some nice fortifications. Honestly, I could have just done human search. And boom, bada boom, there we are. I am not the brightest bulb in the shed. So these are castles. You don't necessarily need a castle, we want settlements. Fortified human city. There we go. Now, where would... You know, maybe we can add some extra... Actually, maybe before we continue adding people, we could add like a few more natural obstacles to this area to kind of like make it easier to kind of imagine this is our final defense. This is where we lay our foundations. So what we'll do is we'll just actually... we can just get to this. There we go. I just wanted to make that a bit thicker. Just to, so people can, more easily, actually, be a cool idea. Just have like a little bit of this, mist. This fog. Creep a little bit out onto the... creep a little bit out onto the lake. I think that's cool. Okay, so now we would need some other natural borders. So for around a river, what would be... What would be a good natural border to have? Not this, we want tokens. Let's see. Terrain, yeah, let's just look at terrain. There's rocks, I didn't even know there were just rocks. I wanna add a few rocks. Ooh, hiccup. Just, add a few more around this gorgeous little volcano here. There we go. Likewise, we can do a little bit of... Yeah, that's fun. It's adding the little touches like that which really make a map feel a lot more alive. In my onion, we got craters, we got pits, we got chasms. Oh, I would love to add a good chasm. It's not really a good one for around here, but we do need a good chasm, I think. I mean, yeah. Good chasm. I feel like anyone who gets a chasm should be maybe these guys. Maybe their land is fairly chasmous. Okay, so we got some nice chasms there. What next? Basically, a lot of my process really is just being like, ooh, what pieces do I have? How can I throw them around? So... could add some cliffs, maybe. Actually, some cliffs would be... we could actually have some good cliffs. Yeah. This is the kind of natural obstacle I was looking for. Maybe not that one. But they're not quite fitting. I guess that's the thing, like, I could put in the cliffs and then draw the river to kind of more match it properly. I think that might be a better idea. Do they have parts where the cliffs taper off? That's more the thing, because it's like, I don't want it to just kind of end there. Doesn't look like they do, though. Just a little unfortunate. Okay. I'll just have to make do. that one. Maybe this. No, it was this one. There we go. That's got a more natural curve to it. I wanted to kind of come back. There we go. Now, if only it had like a more natural way to kind of end. Maybe I could have just some small mountains or something. Dark mountains. Go for green mountains. Wait, these... Okay, good. They were on layer 1. So it really is just a matter of positioning it right. Maybe if I gotta put it on layer 2? Oh, but that doesn't go right. No, it needs to be where it was. Okay, maybe it needs to be a grey mountain? No, okay, it needs to, right, it's a stone that this is checking. So it actually would still probably be a dark mountain. I don't know, this... Maybe not the cliffs. Feels a bit, I don't know, RPG, not natural. After I put all that time into it, it's just not the move, I think. Ooh, dark smoke. I like a good bit of dark smoke. Let's make that layer 2. There we go. I mean, a good little bit of dark smoke never hurt anyone. Make just a smaller one. There we go. Oh, actually, we can... No, we gotta... Can we flip it? Yeah, that looks more right with the way those rocks are pointing. There we go. Okay, back to looking for natural obstacles. Oh, we're out of stuff. Maybe we just gotta have some big rock. Big rock is nice. I like big rock. Yeah, I like this. This is a little different than the mountains. But also kind of has its own kind of natural obstacle state to it. Maybe we shrink them down a bit though. Just so the one in Flying Australia feels a bit more, you know, a bit bigger, a bit more special. And this is the same one. Oop. Didn't mean to zoom out. And then I think I'll also add a bit more forest. Just to add like a little bit more. Just a little bit more pop, you know? Oh. What the hell? Oh wait, were these on... They're on layer 2. Fuck, okay, I gotta just... drag them all back down to layer 1. They are all now layer 1. That's better, that's blending better. Okay. So tree. Let's see. Then... That looks... That look... No, come on. There we go. That will do. That will do rather nicely. I think we also need a few more. Actually not there, but we will... Okay. Let's add some arid mountains. Maybe not this type. Maybe the is it these ones which we want? is these ones. Grey, green, yeah, dark. Yeah, so we'll go with... But these are too brown. We need something a bit more arid. So we'll have... Actually, these supposedly green ones work fine. They call them green, but I'm not buying it. So what I think I'll do is... remove those hills there. And around here... Oop, not what I wanted. Do we have a nice big... Yeah, we'll use that one. There we go. So this is how our map is looking so far. We're still going to have to do something to make this zone a little bit more interesting. But I think we've got something pretty good going around here. So, now with this stuff in mind, let us go back to human. So they would know which areas they now need to guard, which is pretty much at this point and kind of this point. Too bad they don't fit very neatly onto one of the hexes. But we can fit like that. Guarded City 1. We could also just like put it right, I don't know, because the river is kind of like their border there. You don't go over that. I know, but yeah. And in theory also like having the river there as a border is better than like building over it. So why are you for whatever reason you are your layer 2? I thought I got you all. Must have missed that one. Slipped through my fingers. We could put the... No, they would want this here. In which case I might redraw the river. Wait, no, we don't want it to go around that way. And there we go. Can scoot this just a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, this is going well. Alright. so now... So, red group up here, red territory, they've got more, like, natural is the wrong word. Actually, I don't know what the right word is. They've got more food, basically. They've got plants, like, like greener territory. They'll be able to raise animals, plants, etc., crops. While blue group down here would have better access to minerals. So these guys are probably going to have more cities and a higher population. But these guys down here are going to have, like, better gear. Kind of like a reason what kind of keeps them in a perpetual stalemate, with no definitive winner. So we will add a bit more, like a lot more red settlements. We'll just use the icons if we can. Here we go. Town. Just put that to kinda... We can kinda probably move this up out of the way a little bit. There we go. That's out of the way. So. Actually, these forts... Oh, no, they're fine. They're fine as they are. But we should have, like, a bigger city... Kind of... Why are we tilted? Why are we on random tilt? That was weird. Oh, hello? Every time you add something, huh? What's this? That's perfect. That is actually too good. It was a bit hard to hear though, because like the way I have my setup, my master volume is just turned right down, like through my headset. So that doesn't affect my, the Steam output or the stream output. So I like had to turn it right up and then just kind of like hear it through the music blaring. But you're right, that is exactly me. Yeah, this is it. Okay, so we want a nice big city, probably by the river. I reckon this would probably be like a good place for the forts to supply. So I think down by the river, yeah. So I'm thinking like here. And then what I might do is add some town icon. Just shift the natural terrain a little bit. To make that a bit bigger of a city. To be fair, that is now actually a massive city, because it would take you roughly 2 days of travel to go from one side to the other. Maybe I don't make it that big. Yeah, maybe not that big. I could make like a capital or something that big. Now, so we've got a nice city there. I think really it's just a matter of peppering down a bunch of towns. In places where they would make sense. Oh, actually no, we should have some more cities first, some more big cities. Towns can be the last thing we add. Even fortified town would be nice. Do we have... What I think I'll do... Here we go. So, let's see, where should we have the capital? I'm thinking it should be somewhere... We could maybe deforest a bit of this place and have it up next to this lake. Alternatively, it could be by this lake. I feel a lakeside capital is just, like, real nice. Yeah. Let's then do that. Human City. So what we're doing, because this is going to be the capital, we can make this one absolutely massive. Add like some extra building there. And then I'm thinking we add a big old castle. Oh, that's a big castle. Oh boy. Let's shrink that down a little bit. It looks like shit right now, but again, it should clean out by the time when I actually export the thing. There we go. Okay. So this is Glasgavlin's theme. It's awesome. Let's see where are we going. Where are we going? More cities. Let's add another fortified city. I feel actually no, the fortified city should be the one here, because I feel like the further south they get, the more of a emphasis on fortification they would have. Actually, I want this to fit more solidly onto the grid. Just thinking if anyone were to use it for a D&D map, it would be much more appreciated if it was just a little bit gridlocked. There we go. town. Let's add another human town. Here we go. Town. I am bad at choosing. Oh, there's an actual capital city marker. I could have used this. You know what? This will just be... We're going to keep this one as the capital city. This will just be like a nice port town. Actually, they would be... Actually, no. They're a bit too big to fit there. I was going to say, like, kind of squizzled between river and ocean. But also, actually, now I'm thinking about the fact that this river is swaying this way and doesn't just go out to the ocean there, kind of implies to me that this land is still fairly high up, and therefore these would be some rocky cliffs. So it might be more in their interest to settle a city along here where it is a bit less cliffy. You know, let's canonize that a bit. Get some nice coastal cliffs. Here we go. Which way are we going? Here we go. Now we go to the sculpt. We can just carefully subtract. And add. Yeah, oh, they look great. Oh, that looks so good. Let's make a few more, though. Hello, welcome, welcome. Yo, yo, welcome. Yeah, we're just making some fun little maps. Hope you enjoy. I say maps like it's plural. It's probably just going to be one map. I'm intending it to be one map. One map with a full stream of focus. There we go. Here we go. Now I think that is where we'll leave the cliffs. Oh, I got something in my throat. Excuse me. Let's see. Add that little bit there so that the ripples work. There we go. There we go. And I think that's it. That's good. We'll actually just close that little bit there. Yes, welcome, Say, and enjoy your stay. Feel free to give as much or as little input as you so desire. I am happy to take on ideas and stuff from people. But if you're happy just lurking and chilling, then just lurk and chill. I will actually just subtract that little bit. We can move this, actually. Oh no. Fuck. That. What layer are these on? Why are they on layer 3? I don't want them to be on layer 3. Must have been something I clicked, messed with the setting. Because the thing is, so when in Incarnate, like the last token you clicked, the last token you clicked kind of has the default settings for whatever new token you make. So it was probably I clicked something like the cloud and then clicked off and didn't realize it. Oh, this one is still... Why is that then? Oh, it's because it's over here. It's thinking it wants to go behind. Alright, so actually, I want to put all of these guys down onto layer 0. There we go. They get no layers now. This is what they get. They're not ogres. So we should have probably some people up here. Makes some sense. Let's see, this area, yeah, would have like mostly fishermen, maybe some farms. This area seems like it'd probably be a bit hilly for just farms. I guess that's really what this place really has going for them. Food growth. Which, for anyone who wasn't around, I have like these little ideas set up. So we've got the red group up here. And I'm just kind of like going them by color groups. So we've got red group up here, and they've got a lot of like food and animals and stuff like that, because that area is very lush. Down here we've got blue group. They do not have as much lush. they've got higher minerals, and so they've got like higher quality steels and weapons. Probably more fantasy materials as well, like mithril or adamantine. Depending on what kind of game you want to play. Green group over here. Did I get rid of my marked map? What do you mean my marked map? Like when I drew like colored borders? I got rid of the colored borders, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah. Because I feel like you can kind of get the idea without the direct colored lines. But yeah, we got blue group down here who has more minerals, less food. So they've got less of a population, but they'd also be stronger and more well equipped. Then we have green group. They just want to stay by themselves. They are neutral. And they have this nice foggy veil wall to help keep people out. And then up here we have the unknown entity. No one really has been able to get up to Flying Australia, but so that they don't really have any relations with whatever people might be up there. Yeah. So, and we are currently populating red group. So, back to human, because we're using human buildings for them. Here we go. Nice little farm. Would it make more sense to have a farm near a river, though? I guess they're not necessarily... They're more, like, out a bit. And this place is lush enough that they would get plenty of rain anyway. Also, I imagine, actually, the volcanic activity here would actually make this, like, it would spill forth more ash and debris that would make this even more fertile. So we'll throw down a few smaller farms and villages. Oh, this one's got randomized. This is lovely. They've got multiple tokens. We will have this little group up here. Would like not to repeat them, but they're not giving me much of a choice. I can maybe... Could just build my own little things using these buildings. Yeah. There we go. Oh shit, we got ads in just a Sakuruni. And there they go. Really was just a Sakuruni. Okay, so I think this needs a little bit more, I think. A bit more pizzazz or something. In order to really... It's just a bit flat, I feel. Could add some shrubs. Everyone loves some shrubs. Wait, did I put them on? Okay, no, they're on layer 1. They're on the right layer. Okay, we're good. I don't know about shrubs. They add like a nice bit of flair to like these little villages and things. But I don't think they're like a terrain to use for themselves. Yeah. Helps give a bit of life to these places, but probably not its own thing. Okay. What's a good bit of terrain I could throw on terrain? Here we go. No, let's just throw in some jagged rocks. Kind of make this area like a little bit of a precarious place to, in theory, sail around. Though, in general, I don't think these people have any sailing technology. It's just not necessary, especially when there's the big wall of fog. So I think we've got a good little civilization running here. It's obviously not the biggest thing in the world, but well, when you've only got so much area. Do we have any... Probably had some trade in the past, but yeah. So like boats in general would be like kind of a lost technology then. Do we have any road? No, we don't. That's unfortunate. Maybe regional has a road? No. We've got waves. I don't have the useful stuff. Nope, no road path. Why don't you have a road path? That feels like such a necessary thing. Can we make it dotted? I'm pretty sure we can make it dotted. Clip mask? No. Here we go. Dotted. So we'll just use white dotted lines to connect things via roads. Like so. Okay, so I feel like their path would follow the river. Like it would follow the kind of natural paths they have available. Pathway. Let's connect these lands. There we go. They over here would have like a little bridge. That goes like so. So this is almost actually like a major hub. Because it's where like the farms connect in, the big city and coastal cities would connect in, and also a major supply line to the forts. Which, we'll go with. Can we? It's not gonna go above that, is it? Wait, why is this one? Why are you layer 2, buddy? That means that you're also layer 2. Why are you layer 2? I'm tired of these guys trying to give themselves layers. There we go. Just a little shifting of natural phenomenon. So, oh, and we have this little guy up in the forest who needs a pathway. Reckon we split it off. Oh, that's river. We want this one. And now we gotta do the same thing where we just make sure there's enough visibility of the path through the trees. That looks good to me. Yay! Red group, whatever they are, is all connected. So I think I'm gonna go with purple group. Nice and easy actually before, because it's trying to give me a cloud or something as a default base. And I don't want all those properties where I messed with it. Let's see, let's go with, just look up Necro. Here we go. I am going to go with the Necropolis, I think, on Australia. It's just the one Necropolis. For no real reason. No real reason would I put a Necropolis in Australia. And that needs to be a higher layer. Of course it does. It needs to be an even higher layer. Nope. There we go. So we could put it here, kind of putting it on the big rock in the middle. Or we could set it like somewhere around here, I think, kind of in these woods. For no real reason. I'm thinking of maybe settling it in the woods. It's a bit more hidden. And I can still have like ruins and things of like an older people. Or something special at the big rock. So what layer is it? These are only layer 2, so I only need this to be layer 2 now. Yes. I just think it's a bit more hidden here. That's all. Needs a city or something on. Yeah, so I'm thinking it'll have like some ruins or something. We can actually unflip that, I think. Maybe if we just scoot that a little bit in there, so we can get a little bit more tree coverage. There we go. For no real reason, a necropolis in Western Australia. Can we get? Here we go. And this one will have to be like layer 4 in order to go have any chance of being seen. Oh, wait, this one's got a whole bunch of different looks. Ooh. I think we'll go for this one. And actually, no, we'll have this one here, and then this one here. There we go. And then these ones need to drop a couple layers. Okay. And then this one. Put it there. Now we've got a cool ruin tower down here in Tasmania. And some nice ruins scattering all over Australia. With a couple around Big Rock. Wait. Hey, Sniper, do you think that there should be something around? Oh, you know what? On is so much better. So we got one. We'll have one, maybe even still have two around. Oh, the problem is it doesn't quite fit right. It has to be kind of small to be on top. Maybe if it's like a single building, like a single ruin building on top. There we go. Make the rocks. I can't. I don't have the ability or the shits to give. But you know what? Let's give those shits anyway. I don't have them, but we're doing it. I think it will have to be a different rock. Let's look for one that specifically... That's the one we've got. They're all about the same. I think... Okay. If we... shrink its height some, but make it wider. And then for this one, we also probably would just shrink its height some, so it's a little bit more squished into perspective there. Maybe even also just shrink it a little bit more. There we go. But I still want to have... There we go. We'll put another... Still put another ruined city around it. So, imagine this, Sniper, if you will, and everyone really, but Sniper's the one talking to me. There is something in this city on top of the big rock or maybe even inside the big rock underneath the city, that makes this whole island float. One might even call it a, like, say, it's a special thing that lifts it into the air, and so they call it the Ayers Rock. And with that, my work here is done. Okay. So now I think we populate blue. Actually, no, I want to... Okay. You're welcome, James. You're welcome. Okay, let's add a little bit of something to this place. Ooh, you know what would be nice? In here. Like a swamp. I think I need a swamp. I've gone swampless for so long. Where are the trees? Oh, this is terrain. Oh, okay, the points of interest. Okay, these are some weird categories that put into it. The days of going swampless must end indeed. Foliage then. Here we go. But I don't know what. I don't know either. There quite possibly is. Also, welcome, welcome. How nice to see you here. In my abode. My domain. Oh, did you see... Have you seen... Did you see Australia? I accidentally made Australia. But there's a necropolis on it. Okay, so things like the floating island tokens have set shapes. So I just used 2 of them, 1 and 2, and I was just like, wait a minute, they make Australia. There's a little necropolis right there, and some other ruined cities. I've got this nice little map built out. This beautiful little region. And I'm adding now a swamp. So that's why nobody believes we exist, because we float. Okay, where do I put the swamp? Because I want it in this area. Could be up the back. Could be up the front. It couldn't be in the middle. Has to be up the back or up the front. Not seeing the vision yet. I think the front near front end near forest. Sure. Oh, okay. Okay, so nerdy. Here we have flying Australia. And they've got like some ruins and some places on top of one of them and a big rock in the middle. There's a city on top of it. And I was like, imagine if this city has either something in it or under it inside the big rock. that is like kind of like the Master Emerald, you know, it's keeping this whole place floating. And because it is what is making this whole place floating, that is why it's keeping it floating in the air, and that's why they call it Ayers Rock. Swamp. Oh wait, no, we're on the wrong layer. Got to make sure we're on the right layer. I don't know if the lack of reaction means that I just killed Nerdy, or if Nerdy completely missed it. Both are plausible. You're too tired to get the pun? No. What the fuck? Get the pun of why a giant red rock in the center of Australia would be called Ayers Rock? Because it keeps them in the air? I am so disappointed. You didn't get the pun much? That's the pun. You don't get why it's funny? I don't know. Okay. There we go. I wonder if that's just a big sign of the generational difference between us, because I always knew it as rock before it was ever like before I knew it as Uluru, which I understand is like the proper term. But like, you know, I was taught as rock. Hear that ominous music, Nerdy? That's because I'm coming for you for not liking my pun. Air was the name of the English dude. Yeah. I didn't know why it was called Ayers Rock, but I knew it was colonial shit, so I'm glad it's also officially recognized as that. It's like English guys, if you want to name something in England. Like that's where you do it. There's Rock and misheard him. Hey, look! What? There's Rock! What? There's Rock? Yeah, okay, we can call it that. Alright, we now have Swamp. You know what, let's have Swamp reach out until the lake, I think. Swamp should be big. We want more like this one. Here we go. And we will extend the fog throughout the swamp, because what's a swamp without fog, you know? What wrong type? We want the big one. Even if it makes it kind of hard to see where the river is now. Completely. Yeah, well, you know, things evolve, things develop. It helped me place the lake, so there's that. But you're right, it isn't an iris lake whatsoever anymore. Let's see. Foliage. Is there anything else cool we can add here? Not from foliage, it would seem. Holidays. The eyelashes grew too much. Nah, probably nothing from these holiday stuff. I rarely use the holiday shit. It's pretty much unless I'm doing like spooky area. That's why I'll use like Halloween stuff. But other than that, yeah, not really. So what's points of interest? Giant mushroom trees. You know what? Maybe that's what we do. Maybe that's the next plan, the next thing. And also giant mushroom trees, but let's... then... Why are they just the same, like... Because, like, if I do this... I can't make, like, a forest out of them. There's not enough types. It's like I would have just one big mushroom. Which I can have. Oh, wait, why are you... You're transparent there, sir. Let's have a big mushroom. Give me giant webs. Yes. There we go. That implies a bit of mysticism to the swamp. Let's see what other points of interest we can get. Got portal, observatory. These aren't catching me. Giant statue. Let's make a giant statue. Ooh, actually. Wait. There. He's got lava going running through him. That way, because yeah. And then he's there kind of set up to have kind of like Because the people here believe that the volcano here is the god, and he is a guardian to this pathway, because this is the only way out of this land. This is just repeating the same stuff. Crystal Palace. We could have a Crystal Palace, right? Maybe it could be here. Funny if they were actually free to leave at any time. It's just unlucky tried when... Oh yeah, like, that's the thing. I like keeping it a bit vague. What does the Crystal Palace actually look like? No, I'm actually not sold on the Crystal Palace. Let's see what terrain we got here. Could it be interesting to make the... Palace clearer and in the ocean? Could be, could be. Yeah, okay, we can try that. Like, where would we put it? There's only a certain amount of ocean. Yeah, that makes sense, that makes sense. Could have it out here. It's barely transparent. Oh, actually, though, while I'm here, I'm thinking I want to actually mess a bit with the water terrain. It's kind of uninteresting that that water. Maybe regional is what I'm looking for. Here we go. Oh, we're on the wrong. We want the background. Like that. That looks a lot nicer to me. The opacity, we can drop this. Wait. What the fuck is going on with this one? Oh, I think I know. It's designed to be, I think, a little bit transparent on its own. Because it's, you know, Crystal Palace. It's hard to see, but I think it's meant to be a little bit transparent on its own. But because of the way they did it, it's not going to work as going in the ocean. Although it can, actually, because if I just go onto the foreground layer and paint the foreground all oceany here. Not that you would know, because there's no ground. We can now blend it into the ocean. Let's just make it a good 60%. Not very noticeable, but it's there. Now then. Right, No, we might be able to get, now that we've got this, we can probably just populate this land with... Let's give these people elven settlements as their style. Where is Elven City? Elven Cities. Plural. Poor swamp folk. They are the swamp folk. We have to... Let's have them there. Or rather, they're not really like... It's not like they live in the swamp, but it's like the swamp and the forest that surround it are kind of like their territory. They use them as natural borders to keep everyone else the fuck away. Oh, actually, I have an idea. I have a good idea. So I'm going to... So we're going to have these nice 3 big elven cities. And remember, they're not necessarily... Could like a society of monsters that contribute to the sailors never coming back. Yeah. Yeah, I actually missed what Kit said, so... Thanks for repointing that out. But yeah, so the other thing is, like, I'm using elven settlements, but that doesn't necessarily also mean that they're elves. There's, like, no decision on exactly what race is being put where. Oh, wait, capital. Ooh. I actually like this. So we'll have maybe you down here. Put you a bit more central. We'll have you on this side. The river. I'm also going to delete this river. That doesn't look quite right. Maybe if we... Oh wait, no, because we needs to come off from here, because this would go through there. There we go. I really like the idea of these kind of having their... Almost like they built around on each river that leads into this lake here. Also, we can look for a nicer water texture for this lake. that's all ocean. Why is this all sea? I don't want seas, I want river. You know what? This will probably be nice. Oh. But it doesn't quite match the color here. Maybe we make it a bit greenier. Nope. And a bit less saturated. No, that's not working. Okay. Frosty, hello, hello, welcome, welcome. Hi, hi. I have been working on this map with no real plan before I went in, but I like what I've done with it so far. I accidentally made Australia. That was never in the plan, but I realized that it was there, so Australia we have. Oh, let me explain to you everything that we got here. Let's see. We got, so, where do I go? So we got red group up here. Basically, each group is like its own civilization. So we got red group up here. They've got like a lot of food resources. They've got a lot of luscious, healthy terrain to farm and grow animals and raise crops. I understand where I said that wrong, but I'm going with it. Down here is blue group. They have less of that, but they've got natural like minerals and stuff to make better weapons and the like. And so blue and red are in they're in like conflict. They're not in war at the moment, but they're in conflict. Then we have green over here. They just want to stick to themselves. They're like, we're neutral. We're not going to help either of you guys. We're just staying the fuck out of all of your problems. And then we got purple up here. And no one can get to the flying island, so no one actually knows who or what purple is. But purple is mostly dead. It's we got broken, ruined cities, and one necropolis for no particular reason in this section of Western Australia. Oh, and we got this cloud veil that keeps everyone out. No one can cross through the veil, but there is this one place where you can cross through. But every time someone has tried, this volcano has erupted, and so people believe that there is a volcano god keeping watch over the gateway. And so they've erected a little statue to the volcano god. And when I say a little statue, I mean big enough to appear on a map. Yeah, and we got this swamp. We've got these little cliffs. This is like where the red and blue kind of have that territory dispute. Haven't put blue's cities on the maps, but we got red with the little fortresses. Got some nice little cities, some maps, connecting roads. And yeah, and I just started building greens. And I'm thinking that green isn't going to have any land roads. I think they're going to basically have little boats that they use when they like go up and down the rivers and across the lake, and that's how they connect from one city to another. And we will, I think, add in a bit more. Why is this set to random? It's not set to random, it's set to 60 for some reason. Okay. So add in a bit more forest. But not one that's shrouded in fog. Wait, veil wall stuff. We don't want it to get too big though, so maybe. Maybe like so. Why is this? Is this popping? It is. It's on layer 2. We don't want you on layer 2. Go back to layer 1, please. Thank you. No, that's good. That is good. Okay. So we are in almost. Been going for almost 4 hours, and we have 2,091 changes to make this gorgeous map.
I have to admit, I am an edgy bitch.
Let's see. Oh, you're just saying that. And I know you're not, but I have to deflect somehow. If you want, actually, we have a way to make me admit that. If you check the redeems, I have one called self-love, and if you redeem that, I will admit it. If in order to make me say nice things around here about myself, you do have to spend channel points. That's just the way my that's just the way my whole currency is set up. We can't just ruin the economy with nice things about myself for free. Okay, so we have now green zone complete. So now And purple zone is actually done. So I think now it's just we focus on blue zone, and then like for an hour up or however much time we have after that, it will just be kind of like polishing and nitpicks and. So we'll move this down. Now time to time to work this out. Okay. Where are we? We're looking for a new kind of settlement design. So I reckon these guys we can use dwarven settlements for their kind of building structure. And that city doesn't look much like a city. It's just a big building. That is the problem, actually. The dwarven towns are like they're all just one building, and that's a problem. Because it just doesn't work for this map. So maybe they could be Eastern-styled buildings, or they could be Nordic or Orcs. And again, this isn't like actually setting the like what species or races live here. This is just for vibes, just kind of like style of what building. We go here. Well, it wouldn't be Nordic because that's got more of like a wintry vibe, I feel. Oh, I guess not too much, but still. Orc is a bit too, like, tribal, I think, for what I'm going for. So I guess they will be Eastern. They will be the samurai people. Or we have to take the opportunity though to put their capital city on like the side of a volcano, because that is metal as fuck. Hell fucking yeah. So they can have this massive they've got their own massive settlement here. Again, like I'm going with the idea that each hex is about a day of travel. So actually to go from one side of this city to the other, it's gonna take 2 days. Oh shit, ads are about to hit. Just heads up for everyone. Thank you for dealing with them for me. I appreciate it. Okay, do we have any good farming villages for this? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, so I guess most people can't hear me at the moment, but it's still better for me to just think out my thoughts. So our current problem, well, not really our current problem, the blue side, who are actually very red, their current problem is that oh fun, I'm in 2 out of 7. Oh well, fuck. Rip nerdy. Yeah, I'll actually get the proper reaction. Here we go. Let's see. So these people, yeah, so these people have a bit of an issue because their most fertile lands where they would want most of their farms, where they will grow most of their food, will be up in this kind of more abundant land. But that is also very, very close to the border of where their enemies are. So they also need them to be the most fortified of all the lands. Or all their cities. Which is hard because you can't really just pull up a wall around like a whole farm area. These are temples. Interesting. Eastern cities, eastern towns. Is this? No, that was a different one. Okay. Unless you're fighting off titans. Look, okay, one. That is a very different situation. Even like down to how they get the walls. And two, like, they also have you're free, welcome. But yeah, also in Attack on Titan, they have the advantage of they don't need to man their walls really as much because their opponents aren't, smart things that might decide to scale a wall when no one's looking. Whereas, these guys, they would have to have like manned walls at all time. They would have to have a great wall. So I think, actually, I'm looking at this. Sigh. Ooh. Which one is this? Zebak. Awesome. This is what map building needs. A little bit of Latin chanting. Let's have... So they'll have a city here. And... Also the outside wall is, huge. Yeah, like, okay, yeah, they had nothing to grip on them, but the thing is, honestly, that isn't a problem, because you could have that wall legitimately around your entire, like, if Attack on Titan, the people there, were facing off against intelligent enemies, like, just people. It doesn't matter the fact that the wall is, like, 50 meters, 60 meters, or whatever tall. doesn't matter in the slightest. If they don't have people watching them, then that's just a roadblock. Well, not a roadblock, a road bump. It will just slow people down, it will not stop them. Because people will find a way to get over it. And if no one's watching them to stop them from getting over it, then yeah, it's just a road bump in the path. 50 Shades of Done for, yeah. What a way to put it. That said, we can have some walls. I think what we'll do is we'll have a wall there. Wall. Actually, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. This is working. So, like, my idea here now. Okay, so it has to actually go there, or we can just lower its layer by 1. There we go. There we go. So what we got here is, so red team, even though they're both red, you're gonna go with me on this. Red team is north, blue team is south. Ignore the fact that blue team is in fact more red than red team. So red team has kind of like 2 forts on these little choke points where they think blue team is most likely going to be able to cross and cross effectively. Blue team has just the one, but they have like this large wall to kind of stretch from river edge to lake edge. Because, like, again, just like blue isn't going to march people in and around there, red isn't going to do the same. So they've just got the one choke point, which is good for them. So this is like a major fort city. For walls, here we go, watchtower. Hell yeah. And now they're going to want, like, they are going to have as many farms as they can get in this kind of area. We'll actually, no, I like that. I like that, actually, that way it was. So, do we have a town? That's capital, that's just building, that's castle. Village. Do we not just have normal towns? Here we are, towns. So we will have a nice little town there. A town there. We will have a village also there. We'll adjust the forest, like the trees later. And I think also they would have, no, I think that, no, we want, they only have the one image for the villagers. That's a little sad. We can just build our own with these little buildings then. So we will also have One there. They can't dig into this foggy forest. They can kind of dig into this one. They've kind of got enough, I think. So now it's they would have a few home like villages and towns down here. And so one thing is that they've got temples, these cool Eastern temples. You don't know why what? Doesn't even matter how hard you try. So we will put, I think, keep that in mind as you design this rhyme to remind yourself how you tried so hard. So we'll also have one Eastern city, I think. You're not going to continue your little rhyme, but you got so far. Okay, we'll put a little village there. And now they're going to have mostly mining towns. And I feel they would actually do their mining not in the mountains, but kind of in these crevices. So we can have like a little village there. Oh really? I don't even notice that. Yeah, I am completely befuddled. So we'll give them a bit of space. Oh yeah, so I got that eventually. Okay, I got that one eventually. And that's why I said, why didn't you keep going? And I was like, you got so far. Kinkin Park is something else entirely. But you went so far with your poem, but then you stopped. Guess in the end it didn't even matter. But no, it's like that's the thing. It's like the earlier part of that, it will go over my head. But if you go with the tried so hard and got so far, that's where it will, like, recognition will kick in. The other stuff beforehand is just like, it's just a bit too minor, a bit too vague. We'll also throw a lovely little village there, I think. Okay, so I think with that, we have enough. In fact, I think I may even have too much for blue. Let's see, how many? I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And red has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, no. Red does still have noticeably more settlements, which is good, I think, though, I might, just to help make it a bit more... We don't need a little beach place down there, I think. Let's put that back where that was. There we go. Yeah, yes. So they've got a statue to the volcano god. I was looking through things and I saw a statue and I was like, we can make something with this. And now they've got a temple, positioned next to him as well. Oh, that's going under the hill. You would think so. So the problem is, one, this technically isn't desert. It's just dry. It's like this isn't sand. You could interpret it as sand, but it is. I used just dry grass as its texture. So it's not so much that it's like a full-on desert. It's just not really that nice to live in. And the main reason why they're here, why they even have settlements here, is it's to mine. Wasteland even, yeah, but they are here to get the natural resources out of the ground. And that's why they're here. Because otherwise they would just crowd up in these places up here. No one wants to live down in this place. There's probably like a number of like ghost towns. That littering the place. Yes, except they're all Eastern cowboy ghost towns. They're not Western cowboy. Actually, we'll go from there. And then this will connect there. Old Edo Samurai ghost towns with tumble sakuras. Yeah. Honestly, look, the vibe is basically exactly the same when you think about it. You have like two samurai standing like back to back to each other, their hands on that katana, until like someone gives the signal, then they draw and slash their opponent before their opponent can slash them. It's the exact same thing. Like, that fits so well. That is what volcanoes do in our world, yes. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, this volcano is in like the most lush area of this, but yeah, there's no lush area over here. This is just for whatever reason. Maybe it's the outside leaking in. Ooh. Actually, no, we'll go. Hmm. And there we go. They've rode it up. Hmm. Maybe it's just because that volcano god is not there to. Or because it's a volcano god, not just a volcano. So they do not operate by our natural laws. Exactly. He's not here to to play in the soil with you, cretins. Yes. Well, yeah, he is there to guard. He is not there to invite people closer. Or maybe there isn't actually a volcano god there and it's just some other reason. You know what? No, actually, no. We'll keep that. Okay. So that's it. That's settlements and everything done. Hell yeah. So we've got like another 30 minutes of stream. I guess for me to just kind of pour over the minute details and touch things up. Add random shit however I feel. Oh, actually, you know what? You know what we need down here? We need a forest of dead trees. Wait, is it not? Why are you not a... No, that's blend mode. Placement. Multiple, please. There we go. There we go. They apparently don't expect you to want to put a lot of these things down at once. And that's so rude. That is, yeah, actually. I think that's good though. I want it to cross through, like, so it crosses through a path. But yeah, that's good. It also gives it a bit less of just like a strict desert feel, which I think is good. Because that isn't what I wanted it to be. Twisted tree. We'll add in a few twisted trees for good measure. I'm happy with how it is, so. Because, like, dense, like, you're right, they usually aren't, but, like, the density of it is, like, part of the creepy factor. In fact, let's... kind of want to see, no, not red. So this is also just kind of giving a bit of the soil a different texture under the tree. I might do a similar thing with the others. I probably should, in fact. Well, yeah, it's... this is, yeah, wasteland. Rather than dry grass, it's just full-on dead dirt. And now, for this forest... We have swampy grassland. Not that you really see a lot of it, but... I'd actually just use the swampy grassland for a lot of the forest in general. I think it's a nice green. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. There we go. Adds just a bit more texture to, yeah, to the world. Now, there was something else that came to mind while I was doing all that. But I cannot remember. Oh, this was it. We can use this wasteland soil to, where's the brush size? Yeah, brush size. Just very carefully get a Necropolis's dirt in there rather than, no, we don't want it too green and grassy. And then I think, yeah, I still need to greeny up this bit. There we go. I think we might be basically done. I wonder if there's any... Cool. I'm just basically looking for other things to kind of add. I guess we could add... could add some names and stuff, like some, inbuilt labels to the map. Which is the other thing, we can probably, delete these notes. We don't want them there for the final copy. Buddy, can I select you? Alright, there we go. So, yeah, we could add in some labels and stuff, but I don't really want to go around naming everything. Like, that's a lot of just... I feel it's more fun, like, if I leave it blank. It's more up to, like, whoever wants to use this map to fill in that you know, some of the details for themselves. So, that being said, yeah, I think we're about done. What I will do is I will... Okay, so we have only 2,457 changes to this map. Edit map details. We can have a name for this. What do we want to call this? Does that include undos? It actually doesn't. I notice if you do undo, it takes away a change. So in theory, I did more things. Those be some rookie numbers. Realistically, a lot more than that. Over 2,500. Probably not 3,000. I don't think, like, I did a lot more just, like, deletes than I did just undos. So I don't think, it probably isn't hitting 3,000. So let's give this little thing a name. It is the region of Shalian. Yes. I am incredibly creative. So I will go and I'll export this. So let's make a 4K quality export. Yeah, JPEG will be fine. And let's hope that this doesn't fuck me up too much. It looks like it's doing fine. I think it used to use a lot more computer memory and power. Oh no, here we go. This is where it's doing its stuff. Okay, I hope I'm not destroying my stream too bad. And the best part is, I'm pretty sure I can make a little... I can get a link, and I can... Ooh, here we go. Share link. Allow others to clone your map. Is this how we do it? Publish map and profile? Might run off? Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming around. Have a good night. Copy link. There we go. Alright, so I will, just to make sure that that doesn't get lost, I'll paste that link down. And now we can also have a little look at let's have a look at what the results actually are. So let me just... Here we go. We can... just remove those things for now so we can have a clearer image here. Here we go. Actually, so I want to get actually a good zoom in on something. Something that looked pretty bad in the original. Yeah, like that. Necropolis. See, yeah, that doesn't look too bad. That doesn't look too bad at all. We have some nice little details. So yeah, everything gets preserved pretty well on the whole. Okay, so I'll delete that for now. Remove. Okay, I'll there we go. That said, I think it is a little bit early of an end, but I think this is the place to call it. So, we will have a little look around. I'll have a little look at who to raid out to. Let's see. Of course, now they got art here, just everyone is being suggested. Okay. I think I'll raid us out to Mismatched Mimic, who she's like another trans VTuber. She's a mimic, which is cool. And she's as part of like there's like a trans solidarity raid train going on. And I'm not part of that, but I could funnel you guys over to, you know, help on out. So I think that's what we will do. All right. Well, thank you everyone. I had a good time with this. Don't know how often I'll do these map things. As I feel if I do it too often, I'll kind of burn myself out. But I do like just making a map and seeing where things take me. So yeah, but yeah, I had fun. I had a great time. Every Sunday, no. I don't know. I might try at least once every couple months or so. We'll see how I go. What I feel inspired to do. If I do them, it probably will be on the Sundays. So yeah. Well, thanks everyone for stopping on by. And yeah, and hope to see you guys again. And until we do, I wish you all a sweet farewell.